Alright, what's going on, everybody? We are live for Georgia and Alabama. Should be a great, great matchup between two of college football's best teams. First college football stream of the season that I'm doing. And, let's see. If I can find this here. Hold on. Let me just pull up the game. But welcome to the stream, everybody. Let me pull up the comments and put out a poll. Alright, the game actually isn't set to kick off for another, like, 5 minutes. So we got some time. But welcome to the stream, everybody. Let me pull up the comments. Hold on. I think this is going to be a great game. I've got Georgia in a close one, 27-24, but this could really be game of the year. I mean, this is going to be a great game. I would be shocked if this game ends up being decided by more than a score. Hold on. Alright, there we go. Who will win? Georgia or Alabama? This game is in Alabama, or in Tuscaloosa. First home game. Actually, sorry, that's not true. First SEC game for Alabama without Nick Saban as their head coach. Obviously, he retired in the offseason. But welcome to the stream, everybody. Be sure to vote in the poll of who you think will win. Hold on one second. But the game will begin in a few minutes. See what else went around, or what is happening around college football today. I've watched some of the games. Saw Notre Dame beat Louisville 31-24. As a Notre Dame fan, I'm very happy about that one. But let's see, what else do we have? Texas up on Mississippi State 35-13. That game's over. We got Clemson up on Stanford 7-0. Iowa State up on Houston 3-0. This game's all early. Alright, the games that have finished. We had Kentucky upset Ole Miss. That was a shocker. Ole Miss scored just 17 points. They had been the highest scoring offense in the country. Michigan beat Minnesota 27-24. Kansas State destroyed Oklahoma State 42-20. BYU, that was such a weird game. BYU and Baylor. I didn't watch that game, but I heard about it. BYU went up really by a ton. They were 21-0 in the first quarter. And then they were up 31-14 at halftime. But then Baylor kept coming back, but BYU was able to hold on for the win 31-24 or 34-28. Then USC with a comeback win over Wisconsin 38-21. Oklahoma with a comeback win over Auburn 27-21. And Texas A&M beat Arkansas 21-17. And then last night's game was just pure chaos between Miami and Virginia Tech. I didn't actually watch the game live, but I saw replays of the crazy ending, and that was just wild. But welcome to the stream, everybody. Be sure to vote on the poll if you guys have not already done so. If you guys are wondering who I have in this game, I've got Georgia in a very close one, 27-24. I feel like I was just gonna say something else too. Let's see. Ohio State and Michigan State are just kicking off. Same thing with Illinois and Penn State. Those games scoreless. Ohio State 4 minutes in. Penn State, Illinois hasn't started yet. But welcome to the stream. It should be a good one today between two top 5 teams in the country. The first regular season meeting between these teams in a while. Also, Georgia has just one win in the last 6 meetings, I believe it is, between these teams. As that one win was the 2021 national championship game. And Georgia, they've gone 46-2 in since the start of the 2021 season. However, both their losses have come against Alabama, both actually in the SEC championship game. One at the end of last year, and then in 2021. But the game will begin somewhat soon. It's listed as a 7:30 kickoff, but it's with how this stuff works with their big game. It's never actually 7:30. It's always closer to like 7:45. But Alabama and Georgia, maybe the biggest game of the year. Who really knows? I mean, we do have some big games this year, though. We got Oregon, Ohio State later in the year, although Oregon's been pretty disappointing so far. Then we got Georgia, Texas, Alabama, Tennessee. Let's see, what else? We got a lot more big games. Ole Miss plays Georgia at some point. Ohio State, Penn State, although I don't really think that's too great of a game. But welcome to the stream, everybody. Be sure to vote on the poll for who you guys think will win. I've got Georgia in a very close one. 27-24. But this is a game that can definitely go either way. It was the hardest game for me to predict this week. Obviously, that makes sense, because it's an extremely difficult game to predict. I really have no idea who will win. I got Georgia because of their defense in a really close one, but this could go either way. I mean, might as well just flip a coin. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's flip a coin. Alright, we'll give... Hold on, let's see. Which team does it make sense to give heads and which team tails? But let's see who the coin picks, because, I mean, that's essentially what this game is. It's just a coin flip. But we'll go Georgia heads, Alabama tails. And the coin, I know you guys can't see it. It's heads. Okay? So, a random coin flip before the game actually starts says heads, and that means Georgia. But this is a game I really have no idea who will win. If you guys have a score prediction, be sure to drop in the chat. I've got Georgia 27-24, but this is a game that could truly go either way. Oh, Texas won their first SEC game as a member of the conference. They beat Mississippi State 35-13. Arch Manning threw over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. Let's see, any other games just finished? Not between ranked teams, I don't think. But let me check. I'm still waiting for this game to start. They haven't even, like, flipped a coin or anything like that yet. Clemson's now up 10-0. Ohio State's taking the lead 3-0 over Michigan State. Let's see if there's any other games around the country between unranked teams. The Duke's up 1 on North Carolina, 21-20. Let's see if there's any other interesting results. Northern Illinois, after their big win over Notre Dame like 3 weeks ago, they've now dropped 2 straight. They had a bye week, then they lost to Buffalo in overtime last week, and now lost to NC State this week. And let's see if there's any other. Wow, I had really high expectations for Kansas this year. They're 1-4. They lost to TCU 38-27, and they've lost 4 straight. Illinois, UNLV, West Virginia, now TCU. I thought Kansas would be pretty good. But apparently not, as they're now 1-4. Very disappointing start for, I believe they were ranked in the top 25 to start the year. Kansas, yeah, they were the preseason top 20, or they were a top 25 team ranked 22nd. Definitely haven't lived up to that. Now 1-4. Look like the Kansas team we know from years ago that won like one game all year. But I mean, if you do look at Kansas, they have lots of winnable games left on their schedule. Although they do play a pretty tough schedule if I remember correctly. See, Arizona State next week, that should be a win. Houston the week after, that should be a win. Then they got Kansas State, Iowa State, BYU, Colorado, Bears. There's definitely some wins on that schedule. If I had to take a guess, I would say they should win at least 4 of those games. Which 5-7 for Kansas would be a massive disappointment. But I mean, they've been pretty disappointing to start the year. So, still waiting for this game to begin. It's been a. I really don't need to get on this early for a game like this. I do want to be on early, but it's just like really early now that I mean they take like 15 minutes to actually start the game. Hold on. But Georgia heads to Alabama today. Should be a great game. I'm really out of stuff to say because the game still hasn't started. Even though it's supposed to be 15 minutes after kickoff, yet the teams haven't even taken the field. But this is really the first big test for Alabama without Nick Saban as their head coach. Obviously, they're 4-0, but haven't really played any good teams. They played Wisconsin, which is probably their best win, but I still don't really think they're that good. So far, results in the poll, everyone has said Alabama win. Be sure to vote if you guys have not already done so. And I also put a poll out in the community tab of my channel, where you guys can be sure to check for polls, updates, anything like that. And let me get to that. Hold on. On that poll, It was pretty close, as you'd expect in a game like this. 54% said Alabama, 46% said Georgia. But Alabama takes the field for their first SEC matchup of the year without Nick Saban. Georgia, this is their second SEC game. Barely beat Kentucky last week or 2 weeks ago, but both teams coming off a bye. Georgia definitely needed that game, or definitely needed a bye after that Kentucky game, which was awful. But they're at midfield for the coin toss here. Georgia wins the toss, and they will defer. So Alabama gets the football first against Georgia. Georgia will get the football at halftime. So let's see. Alabama gets the football first here, as Georgia wins the toss and defers to the second half. No, they should have put 8 o'clock as the start time instead of 7:30. It's already 7:50 and we haven't even kicked off yet. Kirby Smart 1-5 in his career against Alabama. Obviously, a former Alabama assistant. But that one win was a national championship win over Nick Saban in Alabama. Obviously, no more Nick Saban for Alabama. He retired. But Alabama will get the ball first. And we will see Jalen Milroe and the Alabama offense onto the field. So Georgia's set to send this away. So Georgia tees it up. Alabama back deep awaits the kick. And here we go. In a huge meeting between Georgia and Alabama. Returned from the 5. On the return up the sideline across the 20. Still on his feet. Good return to the 33. And a nice return there for Alabama. Sets them up good starting field position at their own 33-yard line. That is where Jalen Milroe and the Alabama offense will take over. Milroe, 8 touchdowns, passing 0 interceptions, 6 rushing touchdowns. That's 14 touchdowns in 3 games. He also has at least 2 passing and 2 rushing touchdowns in all 3 games this season. He's been great for Alabama. Early Heisman contender. Obviously, there's a million guys who are Heisman contenders at this point in the season. So 1st and 10, Alabama at their own 30. Milroe in shotgun. Receiver in motion. Milroe looks to throw. Throwing to the outside. That's caught quickly. And he'll spin his way out of bounds. That's true freshman Ryan Williams. Let me actually pull up each team's roster because I don't know it that well. But Here we go. 2nd and 2. Another throw outside. This one a high throw but hauled in. A flag comes down. And he's going to spin his way out of bounds at the line of scrimmage. But we'll have to check on this flag first of the day. It's an illegal formation on Alabama. They had more than 4 players in the backfield. So that backs him up 5 to make this a 2nd and about 7. $14:24 to go in the first quarter. Oh, wait a minute. Georgia declined that penalty. It's 3rd and 3. No, maybe not. Hold on. Yeah, they did the... No, now it's 2nd and 7. Hold on. I'm so confused. But it's 2nd and 7. Multiple players in motion here. Milroe in shotgun, who will look to throw. Jalen Milroe, given time. And he's going to step up and run. He's not going anywhere. Taking down at the line of scrimmage. Georgia has to be aware of Jalen Milroe's ability as a runner, but they do a great job there. No gain. That brings up 3rd and 7. It was originally given time, still had time. Opted to try to run. Here's 3rd and 7. Early 3rd down. They got a free play here. Milroe throws to the outside. That is high. Oh, did you catch that? Is he in bounds? There's a flag on the play. They had a free play because Georgia jumped off sides. Milroe got hit as he threw that one. And landed on. Alabama wanted to roughing the passer. But no penalty. Now 3rd and 2 after the offsides call. The play actually doesn't count. So 3rd and 2 from the 38. Milroe looks to throw. Has time. Now throws underneath. That is caught right at the 1st down marker. It's going to depend on the spot here. Looks like they're going to give him enough for a 1st down. It's caught by the Washington transfer Gurmy Bernard. Number 5 on the drag route. That's awfully close. He's right at the line to gain is where he's hit. They move the chains to the 40-yard line. 1st down, Alabama. 3 receivers to the right for Milroe. And here is Bernard on the jet sweep. Bernard gets a block. Bernard still on his feet across midfield to the 49, where he's out of bounds, and another 1st down for Alabama. I feel like that's one weakness of Alabama's team. They don't have the greatest receivers. Obviously, Ryan Williams, great as a true freshman. Gurmy Bernard, he's solid, but I feel like they haven't had a true amazing receiver right now. Milroe with time. He's going to take a shot down the field. That is caught inside the 20 to the 15-yard line. Alabama takes a shot downfield, and they hit it to the 15-yard line. And a big play for Alabama. That's number 3, Henderson. No idea who that is. Down the field to the 15. 1st down, Alabama. They'll run the football for the 1st time today. Bouncing is outside, and he's forced out of bounds at the 13. Flagging. And this will probably come back to a hold. It is a hold. The guy who caught the big pass, Emmanuel Henderson for Alabama. That was Daniel Hill with the carry. a second ago that got called back. So 1st and 20 from the 25. Milroe in empty backfield. Try to get him to jump. Now he snaps it. Milroe looks to throw. He's pressured. Milroe escapes 1 sack. Now he's going to tuck it and run. Milroe, great as a runner, inside the 10-yard line and is out of bounds. Let's see, where are they going to spot him out? I thought he stepped out a while ago. Let's see, Jalen Milroe definitely got it to at least the 15. If he was able to tightrope the sideline, but I mean, this was a great play by Jalen Milroe to escape a sack, which he should not be escaping that. That should be a sack for Milroe. And yeah, he steps out at like the 9, I'm pretty sure. So it's 2nd and 4. Yeah, they do mark him at the 9. 2nd and 4 for Milroe. Georgia hasn't allowed a touchdown since last year's SEC championship game. That's 16 quarters. Milroe on the keeper. Milroe to the outside. He's going to stiff arm a guy and take him down at the 2-yard line. Last touchdown Georgia allowed was to Alabama in that SEC championship game. On their first 3 games without allowing a touchdown this year. Also didn't allow a touchdown in the Orange Bowl against Florida State last year. Obviously, they won that game 63-3. Current drive, 7 plays, 67 yards for Alabama. 1st and goal at the 2. A good opening drive. Milroe in shotgun, got a back on to his left. Will hand off up the middle, and he's in for an Alabama touchdown. Hold on, we do got a flag. We got a false start, so that play won't count, and we'll stay scoreless, at least for now. Oh, not everyone got set. They snapped the ball too quickly. Alabama already 3 penalties called against him, 20 penalty yards. Georgia with 1 for 5. 4 flags on this opening drive, just 5 minutes of play. From the 8-yard line, empty backfield for Milroe. Milroe on the designed run. Running left, he's got a lot of space. He's got an Alabama touchdown. Jalen Milroe with the first touchdown of the game. His 15th touchdown of the season. 7th rushing. And Alabama gets on the board first. Jalen Milroe with a 7-yard rushing touchdown. And that is the first touchdown of the year allowed by this Georgia defense. Alabama goes down the field pretty easily. 8 plays, 70 yards, 4:49 off the clock. Helped out by a big pass play. But they take the opening drive, or the opening kickoff, and they drive right down the field, and that lead this one 7-0. Great drive for Alabama. They're right down the field, and let's see if Georgia's offense can match that. Milroe might have been responsible for every... No, not quite. All except 11 yards on that drive for Jalen Milroe. He got off to a great start. These stats haven't updated. This will say he's 2 for 2, but he's completed like 4 passes. But let's see if they'll update these stats, or if I have to find somewhere else. But Alabama leads 7-0. Jalen Milroe with a 7-yard touchdown run, and yeah, he was great on that first drive. 44 passing yards, 3 of 3, and also 4 carries for 30 yards. and a touchdown. Big 34-yard pass play to Emmanuel Henderson. Really helped him in that drive. But let's see if Georgia's offense can answer. Did not have a good game last time out against Kentucky. Couldn't run the football. Couldn't really do anything. But still waiting for them to come back from commercial here. That's one thing with college football. I love college football, but it feels like these commercial breaks are so long. So still waiting for them to come back from commercial. Alabama leads this one 7-0. Georgia going to get their first possession. Alright, now they're back from commercial. Georgia going to get the football for their first possession here. That touchdown drive by Alabama, I said it a second ago, the first touchdown drive allowed by Georgia this season. This kickoff will be returned from a couple yards deep in the end zone. On the return, across the 20-yard line before he's stripped up at the 21. Pretty good kick coverage there by Alabama. And we will get to see Carson Beck and the Georgia offense onto the field for their first possession. Carson Beck, 670 yards, 7 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Also a potential first-round pick in the upcoming NFL draft. Obviously has to keep playing well. So Beck in shotgun, ball on the 20. Beck looks to throw. Beck with time throws over the middle. That is caught. First down and more inside, or across the 35-yard line. Actually, to the 35. And Dominic Lovett with a catch there for Georgia. One play, pick up at 15. Good start offensively. It's a nice throw by Carson Beck. Lovett gets wide open. So 1st and 10 from the 35. Beck will look to throw for the second straight play. Beck going to take a deep shot down the field. He's got one-on-one, and that is, dropped inside at the 20. Would have been a great catch. But it goes through the hands of the intended receiver, and it's incomplete. Arian Smith was the target, but it just goes right through his hands. What a throw from Carson Beck. You've got to catch that, especially in a game like this. Big drop early for Arian Smith. So 2nd and 10 following the incompletion. Beck looks to throw. Gets it out quickly to Trevor Etienne, the Georgia transfer. And Etienne picks up 4. Hold on, did the ball come out here? Alabama's saying a fumble. No, it's still Georgia football. It looked like the ball might have popped out for a second. But here's a look at it. No, the ball does come out. Is Etienne able to get this back? No, I think somebody else from Georgia is able to recover. Third and 6. For this Georgia offense, early 3rd down. So it turns out the ball did come out here, but it looks like Georgia was able to recover. What are we looking at here? So the rules guy is explaining that they might be looking at who recovered it. It's a clear recovery by Georgia. You can see that right here. The ruling on the field is it was recovered by the offense, and it should stay that way. It's extremely obvious. Etienne fumbles, the brother of obviously Travis Etienne, former Clemson running back now in the Jaguars. Yeah, there we go. After review of rule on the field stands. It's exactly what we expected. So 8:51 to go in the first quarter. Georgia down by 7. On their opening drive, have an early 3rd and 6. Beck in shotgun, back one to the left. Alabama rushes just 3. Beck throws down the field. Oh, that's got to be offensive pass interference. There's the call. Lovett made the catch, but that is clear offensive pass interference. The defender ended up on the ground by the time the ball got there. So that's a big penalty. Wipes off a huge play for Georgia on 3rd down. That is one of the more obvious offensive pass interference calls you'll see. So it's 3rd and 21. It's a 15-yard penalty. This is now going to be a very difficult 3rd down for Georgia. Wouldn't expect anything too crazy. Probably like a screen or a draw here. They come out in shotgun. Beck with the back line to the left. Beck looks to throw. Beck is going to take a shot. Down the field, that's incomplete. Throw at him out of bounds, and Georgia forced to punt on their opening possession. It was called out of bounds. So Georgia will be forced to punt on their first possession. Alabama gets off to a great start. Right down the field, their first offensive drive, and their first drive, them defensively, they're going to force a Georgia punt. So the punt is away, and it's a good kick. Drives him back all the way to the 20, which is where I'll field this. And on the return to cut up the middle of the field, it looks like he slipped and went down at the 16. So that is where Milroe and the Alabama offense will take over. Obviously, Joe Milroe with a great first drive. And we'll see if they can replicate that kind of success against this Georgia defense. Because, I mean, Alabama already 70 yards of offense and a touchdown in just one drive. I mean, for Georgia, that's like half a play. Alabama averaging 10.6 yards a play on that first drive. Carson Beck really wasn't helped, although he made some pretty solid throws in that drive. He had a huge drop down the field. Made another good throw to Lovett, although the offensive pass interference call. But waiting for them to come back from commercial. 7:50 to go in the first quarter. It was a 56-yard punt. And Alabama takes over at the 16. So still waiting for them to come back from commercial. So far, results in the poll, everyone who's voted has said Alabama will win. I would disagree. I've got Georgia in a close one, 27-24. But so far in this game, Alabama's taking a shot down the field. They connected. Georgia's taking two down the field. Actually, three. All of theirs unsuccessful. A drop, a pass interference call on the offense, and a throw out of bounds. But Milroe and the Alabama offense onto the field at their own 16-yard line, up 7-0. A little before the halfway point in the second quarter. So from the 16, Milroe in shotgun. Will hand off to Justice Haynes, and Haynes with a good run, still on his feet. Haynes looking for a cutback win. Will find one across the 40-yard line to the 41. What a run there for Justice Haynes, and a great start to this drive for Alabama. Not used to seeing this Georgia defense give up plays like that. Big run there for Haynes. Gains 25. And here's a first down for Alabama. Actually, at their own 39. Milroe looks to throw. Given plenty of time. Throws over the middle. That is caught by Ryan Williams. Williams inside Georgia territory. Still on his feet. Swung down at the 39. And Ryan Williams with a nice catch and run for Alabama. And Alabama's offense, they've looked really good. Georgia's not getting home in the pass rush. Milroe has completed all of his passes so far. Ryan Williams was nasty after the catch. So from the 40, Milroe to throw again. Quick throw underneath that is caught. And a broken tackle. Another broken tackle. Still going to the 26-yard line. That's Kendrick Law, number 1. Sorry, I'm not that familiar with these Alabama players. But that was number 1, Kendrick Law with the catch. So 1st and 10, Alabama moving the football really well. To the 21-yard line. Three plays, 63 yards on this drive already. Milroe in shotgun. And he'll hand off. Haynes bounces outside. Justice Haynes is only going to gain 2. This time, actually a solid play for the Georgia defense. First time they've stopped him for like less than 20 on this drive. .66 rushing yards already for Alabama. Georgia hasn't run the ball. So obviously they have 0 rushing yards. Jam Miller motions out of the backfield, leaving it empty for Jalen Milroe. From 2nd and 8 from the 19, here's a designed run. Milroe running left. Has a lead blocker. Milroe cuts inside and he'll pick up 4. Actually, give him 3. So to the 16-yard line, that brings up a 3rd and about 5. This is a big 3rd down here. Milroe's also gotten off to a great start. Hasn't thrown an incompletion, been good as a runner with a rushing touchdown as well. This is the same play they scored the touchdown on, pulling a lineman. Get him out in front from Milroe. Got 84 passing yards, as well as 32 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. 3rd and 5 from the 16. Empty backfield, Milroe to look to throw. Gonna take a shot down the field. That is call for an Alabama touchdown. Jam Miller on the wheel route out of the backfield. And 2 drives, 2 touchdowns for Alabama. And their offense is looking really good to start this game. A 16-yard touchdown throw from Jalen Milroe to Jam Miller. And this Alabama offense, 6 plays, 84 yards down the field, 3:11 off the clock. But Georgia's had no answer for them offensively. The extra point here for Alabama to make it a 14-point lead. And it's up and good. 14-0 Alabama leads. Jalen Milroe has had all kinds of time in the pocket. The pass rush can't get home rushing 4. Nice throw from Milroe as well. He's much improved as a passer from last year to this year. Last year he kind of just threw the ball deep and ran. This time he's much more complete passer. But Jalen Milroe's great start continues. Now got a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown. He's 6 of 6 passing for even 100 yards. Also has 33 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown. He's responsible for 133 of Alabama's 169 yards of offense. That is also crazy. Almost 169 yards of offense in the first half, the first quarter against Georgia, still with 4:39 to go. Georgia is not used to giving up those kind of yards. Georgia is only allowing 6 points a game, and they've only allowed 18 on the year. Alabama's almost reached that total already, and Georgia's allowing just 202 yards a game. Alabama's closing in on that in the first quarter. They're 31 yards away from that. This has been a great start for Alabama. Georgia's offense needs a touchdown drive here. But waiting for them to come back from commercial, Georgia now down by 14. Biggest deficit of the season. 4:39 to go in the first quarter. Georgia, they never trailed against Clemson in the season opener. Then they've also played Tennessee Tech, which is an FCS team. Never trailed in that game either. And they were trailing against Kentucky early in the game, 3-0. But first time they've been down by more than 3. Is that correct? Yeah, first time they've trailed by more than 3 this season. They're now down by 14, which is already matched, or almost matched, the amount of points they've given up on the year. They've allowed just 18 all season, already allowed 14 today. That was obviously coming into this game. But still waiting for them to come back from commercial. Georgia's offense on the field for their second drive. They had a good first play, but then actually a good second play as well, going deep. Just dropped, and then that kind of set their drive backwards. And they ended up punting. Last time Georgia was trailing by 14 points was in the 2022 Peach Bowl against Ohio State. Ended up coming back to win that game on a missed Ohio State field goal. But that is a long time. That's 2 years. Well, a full season since they've trailed by 14, that's just wild. That just goes to show how good they've been. Down 14-0 early here. 4:39 to go in the first quarter. I want to see Georgia try to establish the run here. Haven't run the ball yet in this game. Only pass plays. Carson Beck 2 of 4 for 19 yards. From the 25, the kick was a touchback. Beck looks to throw, rolls right. Carson Beck on the run, throws downfield. That is almost picked. Incomplete. And Bell was the intended target. It went through his hands and then went through the defender's hands as well. It hit the defender in the arm and he couldn't catch it. So 2nd and 10 following the incompletion. Beck in shotgun. And they'll run the ball for the first time today. Trevor Etienne, not much space, gaining about 2. Another early 3rd down. So early 3rd down, it's a 3rd and 8. Need to extend the drive here for Georgia, but not going to be easy. 3rd down and 8. Alabama shows blitz. Beck, quick throw to the outside. That is intercepted! Picked off and returned to the 21-yard line. What a start Alabama's gotten off to. Sets them up. Excellent field position at the 21. Beck throws his first pick of the year. Let's see what exactly happens here. Alabama shows blitz. Beck makes a check at the line. He just gets rid of it extremely quickly. I'm not exactly sure what the point of the play was here. Looked like that I don't even know what went on right there. There was one guy running a slant, and I don't think it was intended for him. He just kept running. But Beck throws his first pick of the year. Milroe throws to the outside. Caught by Bernard, got a blocker, and Bernard out of bounds after a pickup of 6. But Alabama with excellent field position looking to extend their 14-point lead. Two receivers shift out wide. Milroe on the keeper, could have thrown it outside. Milroe cuts inside, and he's inside the 10-yard line, down at the 6. Ball comes out, but Milroe's already lying on the ground by the time the ball pops free. So 1st and goal, Alabama, ball on the 6. They need a stop. From the 7, Milroe in the pistol. Bernard on the jet sweep. He'll get the carry. He gets a block from Haynes on the outside. Bernard in for a touchdown. Alabama scores another one. Their 3rd first quarter touchdown. They take advantage of the interception. And it is now 20-0. It's a 7-yard touchdown run for Gurmy Bernard. The Washington transfer followed his head coach, Kellen DeBoer. The 2nd time we've seen this play. It's a option between Milroe and Bernard. He can either hand it off or pull it. Both times he's handed it off. And here is the extra point, which is up and good. What a start for Alabama. 21-0 in the first quarter. I had Alabama scoring 24 points all game. I did not think they would see this kind of success against the Georgia defense this good. Obviously, they had a very short field to work with here. But what a start. Between the interception, they're outgaining Georgia 191-21. And they're up 21-0. They're averaging 11.2 yards per play. Georgia has done nothing, offensively or defensively. Well, offensively, they've made some mistakes. They've dropped passes, got penalties called against them, and had miscommunications leading to interceptions. And the defense just hasn't been able to stop them. So Carson Beck and the offense are going to get the football back. They need to put together a drive, give the defense a break. The defense has been out there for like the entire first quarter. The kickoff is away, and it will be returned from about a yard deep in the end zone. On the return, there's not a ton of space, and he's taken down at the 22. But Alabama leads this one 21-0. Georgia, now with the football, needing something positive. Obviously, a touchdown's ideal in this point, down 21. But Jalen Milroe, 106 passing yards and a touchdown, also 42 rushing yards and a touchdown. Doesn't have an incompletion either. Beck in shotgun, with back one to his left. Beck hands off to Etienne up the middle. Etienne, there's a good run. He gains about 6, maybe 7 yards on first down. They need to establish the run game here. A long drive. That's exactly what they need. Obviously, that's just one play, but a good start. 2nd and 4. Beck in shotgun. Here's another run. Etienne this time runs into his own lineman and is taken down at the line of scrimmage. So here's a huge 3rd and 4. You cannot go 3 and out right here. So 3rd and 4. Beck in shotgun. Georgia 0 for 2 on 3rd down tonight. Their last 3rd down, they threw a pick. From the 27, Beck in shotgun. He'll look to throw. Beck, given plenty of time. And he'll just float this underneath. It's behind his receiver and incomplete. There is a flag down. Lovett was the target. Beck has to make a better throw. You hit him in stride, he probably has a 1st down and more. But this is going to be pass interference. Oh, it's offensive pass interference. The penalty is declined. And it's 4th down. Yeah, he just runs through the defender trying to follow Lovett on the drag route. And Georgia is forced to punt for the 2nd time in 3 drives. But Alabama calls a timeout before this punt. Not sure why. Let's see. Georgia gonna punt here. They've picked up just one first down so far in this game. Alright, the punt is away, and this is going to be a shorter punt. Will bounce at the 42, and will bounce out of bounds at the 33. It's not quite as good as the first one, but Alabama gets the football with under a minute to go here in the first quarter. They're already up by 21. And let's see if Georgia defense can find an answer. Alabama has started on their own 30. They went 8 plays, 70 yards, and scored a touchdown. They started on their own 16, went 6 plays for 84 yards and scored a touchdown. And then they started on the Georgia 22, went 3 plays, 22 yards, and scored a touchdown. Here they're starting on their own 33 with 43 seconds to go in the first quarter. Milroe in shotgun. Milroe looks to throw. To the outside, that is caught by Williams, out of bounds after pickup of 7. Milroe still remains perfect, passing 8 of 8 for 107 yards. So here's a 2nd and 3. They don't have to run another play before the quarter ends. Let's see, they don't seem to be in any hurry to get another play off. They've got 10 seconds. Now they're just going to take this to the second quarter. But after 1 quarter of play, Alabama absolutely dominated. Offensively, defensively, they have been great. Who saw this coming? Surely not me. They're outgaining Georgia 198 to 27 in the first quarter. They're averaging 11 yards per play. But Alabama has now scored more points in this first quarter than Georgia has allowed all year. And they've also, at 198 total yards, that is almost the amount of yards per game Georgia gives up. Alabama, they've gotten off to an amazing start. Hold on 1 second. Alright, but waiting for them to come back from commercial. So far, everyone who's voted on the poll is at Alabama, and I can see why after that first quarter start. Obviously, it's still early in this game, but Georgia's gotten off to a disastrous start. So 21-0 as we enter the second quarter. Alabama with football. They've got the ball on their own 40. And have a 2nd and 3 upcoming. Alright, this is a long commercial break in between quarters. Still waiting for them to come back. Alright, now they're finally back from commercial. Alabama up 21-0. And with the football here as the second quarter begins. Milroe in shotgun with the back one to his right. That's Jam Miller. Haven't ran the ball a ton, but Milroe's been extremely effective as a passer. Been good as a runner as well. Milroe in shotgun. Here comes a Georgia blitz. Milroe still has time. Underneath, that's caught by the tight end. A lot of space after the catch. And he's chopped down at the 45. Inside Georgia territory. And there's just no way for Georgia to stop this offense right now. They bring a blitz and leave the tight end essentially unaccounted for. And when they don't bring a blitz, Milroe will just pick them apart. I mean, even when they brought a blitz, Milroe still had plenty of time to throw. Milroe in shotgun. Law in motion. They'll throw it out to Kendrick Law. And now he's going to look to throw. Law dancing behind the line of scrimmage. And who's just going to get back to the line of scrimmage. Looked like they wanted to throw that. But eventually decided just see what he can get as a runner. Which isn't much. To the line of scrimmage. That's it. Yeah, it wasn't really anywhere to go with the football. Good decision by a position player right there to not force it. Although Kendrick Walk's a little shaken up, limping after that one. Hopefully he's okay. Milroe hands off, bounces outside Miller with the carry, and he's going to cross the 40-yard line, and he's dragged it out of bounds at the... Actually, they'll spot it exactly at the 40. That brings up a 3rd and 5. Georgia's defense needs to stop right here. So from the 40, Milroe in the pistol. Georgia's defense needs to stop. Oh, the direct snap to Miller. And let's see. It looks like it's going to be just short. Milroe walked away from where he was lined up for a second. And then they snap it directly to Jam Miller. Fourth and 1, Alabama going to go for this. Milroe on the option. He's going to keep this, try to get the edge. Milroe turns the corner, breaks the tackle. Down the sideline, Jalen Milroe. He's got another touchdown. And it's now 27-0. Alabama has dominated this game, and it continues. 36 yards on 4th down. And Milroe with another rushing touchdown. You don't like either team, hope ends in a tie. Yeah, same here. Not a huge fan of either team. 6 plays, 67 yards. And Alabama is up 27. The extra point will make it 28. And the extra point here is good. 28-0. Alabama leads Georgia. This has been insane. Georgia hasn't given up more than 12 points on the year. Which was 2 weeks ago to Kentucky. $27 was the most they allowed last year, which also came to Alabama in the SEC championship game. They haven't allowed more than 27 points. This is the most points they've allowed since the Peach Bowl in 2021 against Ohio State, where they won 42-41. That is crazy. Alabama is dominating right now. They're averaging 11.2 yards per play, that is just insane. If you got a good offense, obviously it's an explosive offense, but this is just extremely impressive. Jalen Milroe with 3 touchdowns so far in this game. He's got 2 rushing touchdowns, also has a passing touchdown. He's thrown for 113 yards and a touchdown, and run it for. Hold on, this hasn't. Why do none of these things update with the stats? He's actually 9 of 9 for 128 yards and a touchdown, and has 7 carries for 78 yards and 2 touchdowns. What a performance so far. So still waiting for them to come back from commercial here. It's been a while since we've seen Georgia play this bad. So Georgia's offense is going to get the football back, needing to do something. They have just 1 first down of the day, and they've punted twice. And they have thrown a pick once. So from the 25, after the kick was a touchback, Beck hands off to Etienne. Trevor Etienne with space. Etienne with a 1st down. Finally something positive for Georgia. 11 yards and a 1st down. Now Georgia can get to the line pretty quickly here. And try to go with some tempo. The line up quickly from the 36. Beck in shotgun. Bring a receiver in motion. And Beck hands off to Etienne once again. Trevor Etienne this time only picks up 3 to the 39. Last time Georgia trailed by 28 points was the 2019 SEC Championship game. That's 5 years ago. I know, that's crazy. 2019 is 5 years ago. But that is a long time. Beck looks to throw. Here comes a blitz. Gets rid of it quickly. Love it. Out in the flap. It has no blockers and surrounded by 4 Alabama defenders. The ball came out late here, but I'm pretty sure forward progress was ruled. So it's 3rd down and roughly 10. Yeah, it's 3rd and 10 from their own 31. Alabama shows blitz. They'll drop out, rush 4. Beck. Pressure steps up in the pocket. Beck going to try to run for it. Carson Beck across the 40. Well, we got pretty close. You might want to go for this if you're Georgia. Beck gains 9. I think with the game already where it is, you got to go for this if you're Kirby Smart. Good job by Carson Beck getting what he can. It's 4th and 1. And it looks like Georgia's going to go for this. I like the decision. I mean, you kind of have to. Down 28 in the second quarter. So it's 4th and 1. Beck in shotgun. They'll hand the ball off to Etienne. Hold on, we got play blown dead. What happened here? Well, Alabama called a timeout right before they snapped the ball. Kalen DeBoer running down the sideline to get that timeout. But that was going to be a run play for Georgia. It didn't look like they were going to get it, but obviously the play doesn't count because they called a timeout right before the snap. But 4th and 1, let's see the decision. What do you go with here if you're Georgia? Fourth and 1 from their own 45. Beck in the pistol. Will hand off to Etienne. Behind him. Etienne's got a first down inside Alabama territory. Gets it to the 48. That's a big first down for Georgia. Keeps this drive alive. Didn't look like he had a ton of space. He had to make somebody miss in the backfield, but a great job by Trevor Etienne to make that guy miss. And he picks up a first down. First time Georgia's inside Alabama territory today. Ball on the 48. Beck in shotgun. The back one to his right. Another handoff up the middle. And here's a 7-yard pickup. I don't know who this is running the ball. Oh, it's Robinson? Actually, no idea who that is. But 2nd and 4 here. Georgia's gone very run heavy this drive. 5 runs, just 1 pass. Here's a 2nd and 4. Comes another blitz. Beck gets rid of it quickly. That's called for another first down. Dillon Bell with the catch to the 34. And here's a good start. Or at least something offensively here for Georgia. A throw a little behind him, but a nice catch by Dillon Bell. And Georgia with another first down. First down at the 33. Beck in shotgun. Beck looks to throw. And rolled was right. Throw on the run. That's dropped by Lovett. Incomplete. So that brings up a 2nd and 10 with 8:10 to go in the second quarter. Carson Beck tonight got off to a rough start. 4 of 10, 24 yards on a pick. Beck in shotgun here. A look to throw. Beck given plenty of time. He's going to take a shot down the field. Open receiver. That's caught. Arian Smith to the 14. He dropped one, which, if who knows, Arian Smith caught that pass on, I think it was Georgia's second play from scrimmage. Who knows where we'd be at this point? Because that would have put Georgia, like, inside the red zone. This is a nice throw and catch from Beck to Arian Smith to the 14-yard line. And let's see if Georgia can finish off this drive with a touchdown. They shift into a tight formation. Beck goes under center, maybe for the first time today. Beck flips it to Bell on the reverse. He's got some blockers in front of him. Dylan Bell inside the 10, taken down at the 7. That's a pickup of about 5 or 6 yards. And we'll bring up a second and roughly 4. So 2nd and 4. Beck in shotgun. Etienne switches sides. They'll hand off to Etienne up the middle. Trevor Etienne, he is fighting towards the goal line. He's in for a Georgia touchdown. Something positive for them offensively, as they're on the board at least, and it's now 28-6, about to be 28-7 after the extra point. But Trevor Etienne with a 7-yard touchdown run. Nice blocking by Georgia up front. Etienne then fights his way into the end zone. And why is Georgia going for 2? So you're down by 20 instead of 21? Well, Beck in shotgun. Beck went up to his right here on this 2-point conversion attempt. Ball on the left hash. Beck looks to throw. Beck going to roll to his right. Beck on the run. Throwing, that is caught. They got it. Hold on, we do have a flag on the play. We got offensive pass interference. Second time we've seen that called against Georgia today. The first one definitely was. Actually, that's the third time against Georgia. First time was clear offensive pass interference. Second time, it was as well. Not as obvious, though. Let's see what we got here. I don't love the call. He does run into him, but the defender kind of like... He like... really tries to draw the penalty. But Georgia will now attempt the extra point. This is actually a field goal at this point after the penalty. It's backed up 15 yards. And the extra point, a long extra point, is good. And it's now 28-7. I still don't understand the concept of going for 2 there. You're down big, but what is exactly the point? Hold on 1 second. Let me just check something real quick. But Georgia, a much-needed touchdown drive there. They're still down by 21 and have allowed a touchdown in all 4 Alabama possessions. But on that drive, they go 11 plays, 75 yards, taking 5:41 off the clock. It gives their defense a break. Their offense gets something positive. That was a huge touchdown drive. Plus, they like quadrupled their yardage total on that drive. Now up to 102 yards. But waiting for them to come back from commercial, Alabama now up 28-7 after allowing Georgia's first points. So the game now 28-7, 6:43 to go in the second quarter. And Alabama getting the football back. The kick is away here, and Alabama will get the ball at the 25. This is a touchback. So 1st and 10 from the 25. Milroe in shotgun. Milroe looks to throw. Over the middle, that's caught by the tight end. Breaks the tackle, still on his feet. Rumbling across the 45 to the 46. And a catch and run for Alabama. Good start to this drive. Milroe still has not had an incompletion. Hold on, is this coming back? We got some kind of flag. Didn't know there was a flag on the play. So it's still a first down for Alabama, but it's a personal foul for hitting someone not involved in the play. And backs Alabama up 15. Let's see. It's 52. Yeah, I would say that's a little unnecessary. Alright, so it's now 1st and 25. Actually, 1st and 19 from the spot of the foul. Milroe looks to throw. He's pressured, steps up in the pocket. Milroe going to run. Jalen Milroe still on his feet, bounces outside across the 30. Milroe still going to the 40. Milroe forced out at the 43. Hi, I didn't know you were doing a watch along for this game. Hi, how's it going? Yeah, I decided to do it for this game. I don't do it for too many college games. I want to do more, but I've done it for like the big college games, like obviously Georgia, Alabama. Well, it hasn't been like that so far. One of the biggest games of the year, but I do try to stream some college games as well, just not as consistently as I do with the NFL. But if there's a big game, then I'll try to stream it. Milroe off play action, looks to throw. Milroe throws downfield. That is a long throw caught by Bernard. And inside Georgia territory to the 41. Another Alabama first down. Milroe, man, he is good. He's been great today. Hasn't thrown an incompletion. 3 touchdowns. He's now 11 of 11 for 149 yards and a touchdown. Also with like 90 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. They empty the backfield here from the 43-yard line, 1st and 10. Milroe on the design quarterback run, bouncing this outside, and looks for a cutback lane, won't find one, and picks up 2. So 2nd and 8 from the 41. Milroe in shotgun. And back line to his left. Milroe to look to throw once again. Milroe throwing that is low. Is that caught? Bernard was the target. Did he catch that? And yeah, they're going to say yes. It's going to be a 3rd and short. Here's another look at it. No, he did not catch that. This should be an incomplete pass. Yeah, it should be incomplete. It went through his hands and bounced off the ground. So, this will get reversed. Drop from his hands a little. Yeah, I thought so too. Here's another look. Actually, never mind. They're not going to show it. But it looks like it goes through his hands, bounces, and then he like pins it under his body. That's what it looks like to me. I don't think this is completion. But they'll review this and go to commercial. I really don't think this is a completion. So this should come back to be a 3rd and about 8. Would be the first incompletion of the day for Milroe. Was ruled a catch on the field. So obviously you need enough to overturn it, but to me they've definitely got enough to overturn this. Still waiting for them to come back from commercial. 3:55 to go in the 2nd quarter. Alabama up 21 up 21 points, 28-7. And by the way, they have reversed this. It is now ruled incomplete. I want to see if there's any updates on other games going on around the country. Iowa State's up just 3-0 on Houston with 5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Ohio State's up 24-7 at the half on Michigan State. Penn State and Illinois tied at 7 at halftime. And LSU leads South Alabama 28-3 with 6:04 to go in the 2nd quarter. Oh, I don't know if I said this game. Clemson up 17-7 on Stanford, 13:44 in the 3rd. They do rule this an incomplete pass. Ole Miss lost. Yeah, I was really surprised about that. They were held to just 17 points. That was really surprising to me. Milroe looks to throw. Milroe is pressured, and he's going to get rid of this. That is caught by the tight end, and he's going to be a little short of the line to gain. It's a 3rd Or sorry, it's gonna be fourth and about a yard to a yard and a half. Looks like Alabama might go for this. It's fourth and one. And they scored a touchdown on a fourth down from roughly the same spot earlier in the quarter. And they're going to go for it once again. They're 1 of 1 on fourth down. It's fourth and almost 2 yards. Milroe in shotgun, back on to his right. They went for the zone read, their last play on fourth down. Play clock at 1. And looks like we're going to get a timeout here for Alabama. So Alabama is now out of timeouts here in the first half. Georgia still has all 3 remaining. But 3:05 to go in the second quarter. Let's see what the decision ends up being for Kalen DeBoer. I like going for this. It's going to be a long field goal. Alabama does have a good kicker, but this will be a long field goal, and it's a fourth and short, so I mean, I like going for this. They will indeed go for it. I like the decision. Bernard in motion, Milroe in shotgun. And a handoff up the middle, and oh, he didn't get it. Jam Miller gets stopped. Georgia defense gets his stop, and Georgia looks to be building some momentum here. Touchdown in their last drive. Get a stop on fourth down. First time Alabama doesn't score a touchdown. And let's see if they can build off this. Yeah, Jam Miller does not come close to getting to the line to gain. Georgia gets a huge stop and gets the ball back to their offense, only down 21. That sounds kind of ridiculous, but it's something going their way. First and 10, 2:59 to go in the first half. Georgia, on their first 3 drives, 10 plays, 27 yards combined. Their last drive, they went 11 plays for 75 yards. Here they start on their own 35. Empty backfield for Carson Beck. Beck looks to throw. Beck throws downfield. Oh, he throws it right to the defender. Intercepted. And returned to the 25. This was an awful throw. I wonder if this got tipped at the line. Because it's not often you see Carson Beck make a throw that bad. That was an awful throw. No, it definitely doesn't get tipped at the line. Wow, that was bad. Second pick of the game, second pick of the season for Carson Beck. That throw was really bad. Yeah, exactly. That was really bad. Quick throw to the flat here from Milroe, and the tight end got space after the catch, spinning his way inside the 15 before half the Georgia defense rallies to the football to take him down at the 13. So 2:20 to go in the first half. Alabama with the ball on the 12. And Milroe hands off here. And no gain, maybe a loss of a yard. And that's going to bring us to the 2-minute warning. So Alabama up 28-7, looking to extend that lead. Right when Georgia got the ball back. Their defense got to stop. They scored a touchdown. Their defense got to stop. They got the ball back. They throw it right to Alabama on their first play right after that. But 2 minutes to go in the first half. Alabama up 21 with the ball in the red zone. On the Georgia 13. Oh, I did not mean to close that. Hold on. This is crazy. Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame 3 weeks ago. What was that, 16-14? Then Northern Illinois lost to Buffalo last week in overtime. Then this week, Buffalo was destroyed by UConn. As UConn won 47-3. That is wild. You go from beating a great Notre Dame team on the road to losing to Buffalo, and then Buffalo loses to UConn. That's crazy. But still waiting for them to come back from commercial here at the 2-minute warning, or as they call it in college, the 2-minute timeout. Which, it's the 2-minute warning. They just don't want to sound too similar to the NFL, even though, I mean, you literally became more similar to the NFL by adding the 2-minute warning and coach-to-player communication. So, it makes no sense, but the 2-minute warning or 2-minute timeout, but whatever you want to call it, I call it the 2-minute warning. Alright, they're now back from commercial. Alabama up 28-7, 2 minutes to go in the first half. With the ball on the Georgia 13-yard line. Looking to extend this lead even further. It's a 2nd and 11. They shift out wide. Now Bernard motions in closer to the line of scrimmage. Milroe looks to throw, given plenty of time, throwing. That is bobbled. Oh, picked off! Off the deflection. It's intercepted. We do have a flag. The ruling on the field is an interception by Georgia. It's a holding call in Alabama. Obviously, they'll decline that. And Georgia gets the football. So, I mean, Georgia does have some stuff going their way right now. Milroe throws his first pick of the year. But, I mean, it's not his fault. He hits his tight end wide open. And his tight end just doesn't know how to make a catch. One good thing Georgia could be happy about. Yeah, really. Hasn't been many positives, but there's one right there. First turnover of the day forced. Backed up deep at their own 5, though. So they'll have to go 95 yards to score a touchdown, which they desperately need. Beck looks to throw. Oh, he almost just threw it right back. Carson Beck has really struggled today. That almost was just a pick 6. So from the 5, we'll try this again. 2nd and 10. Beck in shotgun. ETN the back line to his left. There's a minute 50 to go in the first half. Georgia has all 3 timeouts. Alabama has none. Beck, standing in his own end zone, will throw over the middle that is well short of his intended receiver and incomplete. 3rd and 10 here. 1:45 to go. Do you consider just running it here? Or, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily think so. I can understand if they would, but I would keep throwing it downfield. You're down by 21. You gotta make something happen here. Alabama shows blitz. It's a 3rd and 10. Here comes Alabama. Beck, off his back foot, just launches downfield, and it's incomplete. Alabama wants a grounding call. If it is grounding, it would be in the end zone for a safety. Beck just has to get rid of it. Oh, that was a waste of a possession. Yeah, really. Georgia hasn't done much offensively. They do throw the flag for grounding. It becomes a safety. Oh, I never switched the ball marker back to Alabama, or back to Georgia. But it is now 30-7. As they call grounding on Beck in the end zone for a safety. They had two guys running vertical routes down the field. Just Beck kind of throws it between the two, and there's nobody in the area. But it's now 30-7. Alabama gets the ball now, following the safety. But Alabama going to get the football back after forcing a safety because of the grounding call in the end zone. Now 30-7 with 1:39 to go in the first half. Alabama out of timeouts, but with the way their offense has moved the football, that wouldn't really matter. From the 17, here is the return. And still on his feet across the 40-yard line. Here goes a good return. Inside Georgia territory, taken down just inside midfield. There was a flag. Georgia definitely should have been ranked number 1. Yeah, I know. They've been awful. We got a block in the back on Alabama here. So Alabama left the football still, but just not quite as good field position. They returned it to about midfield. They left the ball, oh wow, worse than I thought, at their own 22. And now prior to this, we got hold on, we got something happened here. Alright, not sure. Now they're ready to play. Milroe looks to throw. Throws to the outside. That's a long throw, but caught and Tight end with space after the catch, still on his feet. Taken down at the 40-yard line, stops the clock with a minute 23 temporarily until the chains are set and the ball is spotted. Milroe looks to throw, has time underneath, caught by Kobe Prentice, and he's taken down after a pickup of 6. Clock will continue to run, doesn't get out of bounds or get a first down. 1:10 to go. Oops, there was supposed to be a never in there. I understood what you meant. Milroe is pressured underneath again. Prentice, another catch inside Georgia territory, spinning inside. Prentice taken down at the 44. Stops the clock with 53 seconds to go temporarily. Now the clock continues to run. Empty backfield for Milroe. Given time, Milroe to the outside. That is caught for a pickup of 6. And he's out of bounds just at where their field goal target line is. But yeah, Georgia, they've been just awful today. Alabama's offense has been really good. Milroe just 2 incompletions. He has 207 passing yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Here we got a reverse. Back to Milroe. And now he's going to throw it to Bernard, and Bernard is... I like the idea, but not necessarily now if you're Alabama. That's a huge loss. The clock is running. I don't really love that. 20 seconds to go. It's 3rd and 13. And now Georgia calls a time. Why is Georgia calling a timeout? With 32 seconds left, Georgia calls a timeout. The clock was already down to 19, but they put it... I don't love that play call. I like the play. I just don't love the call in this situation. For this exact reason. If you get taken down in bounds and Georgia doesn't call a timeout, by the time you get the snap off, there's like 10 seconds left. But there's now 32 seconds left, so I don't really know what the point of calling a timeout is there if you're Georgia. But we will see if they can get the ball back or anything like that. I mean, if you do, you're going to be deep inside your own territory. 3rd and 13 for Alabama. Milroe looks to throw. Throwing that is incomplete. Bernard the target. He wanted a flag. DeBoer really upset about that. He wants a flag. Here's another look. Oh, yeah, that's interference. That is pass interference. He's tackling him by the time the ball gets there. That shirt has seen better days. Yeah, it is. You used to say, don't forget to like and subscribe, but it's like several years old. And definitely, as you put it, has seen better days. Very faded. But Alabama's going to punt this away on 4th and 13. Still think there should have been a flag on that play. They'll take the delay of game penalty to give their punter a little more space to work with. DeBoer still screaming at the ref about that missed call. Never think I'd see a coach that upset up by 23 in the first half. Oh, he muffed the punt! They called a fair catch at the 7. He muffed it. I think he got it back. Georgia is able to keep possession. He just doesn't catch it. Although he is able to dive on and get it back. But Georgia now with the football, 19 seconds left. I mean, what are you possibly going to do in 19 seconds from your own 8-yard line? Beck in shotgun. Back one to his left. Throw a screen on the first play to Arian Smith, and Arian Smith will get it to the 22-yard line. Clock temporarily stops. Wow, Georgia. Yeah, Georgia's been destroyed. Alabama's been really good. Beck underneath, that's caught. And there's now 3 seconds left. You just never had time to do anything with 19 seconds left. At your own 8-yard line. But Georgia's got 3 seconds left. They're on their own 34. Alabama's got 5 guys standing on their own 40 and 3 on their own 20. They'll throw a screen. And now they'll wait for blocks, although they get it to the 36 before he's tackled. But it's 30-7. And now we seem to have a little pushing and shoving going on here before halftime. He was tackled in front of the Georgia sideline. And now we got a flag that comes in, the first one thrown. Alright, let's see what this flag is. I only saw one flag come in during that whole sequence. Alright, let's see. After the play, with unsportsmanlike conduct on Alabama number 58. And it's going to be a 15-yard penalty enforced on the second half kickoff. But a dominant first half for Alabama, 30-7. Georgia does get the second half kickoff, but this has been a terrible first half. And I am going to go take a quick break to do a halftime of every game I stream. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Thank you guys for staying with me as I took a quick break. But Alabama is absolutely destroying Georgia 30-7 at halftime. This has not been a close game. Alabama has dominated this from the opening kickoff. But as far as my updated score prediction goes, no way is Georgia winning this game. They're down by 23 at halftime. It has been really bad. And as far as an updated score prediction goes, let's go Alabama. We'll say, let's go Alabama 47-20. But going over stats from the first half, player stats beginning for Georgia. Carson Beck is 8 of 17 for 98 yards, no touchdowns, and 2 picks. Both of them pretty bad, especially the second one. Rushing for Georgia, Trevor Etienne, 7 carries, 61 yards, and a touchdown. Dylan Bell, 1 carry, 8 yards. Branson Robinson, 1 carry for 7. Carson Beck, 2 for 4. Receiving for Georgia, Arian Smith, 3 catches, 64 yards. Colby Young, 1 catch, 12 yards. Dominic Lovett, 2 for 12. Dylan Bell, 1 for 6. And Trevor Etienne, 1 for 4. And for Alabama, Jalen Milroe has been insane. 18 of 20, 186 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Rushing Milroe, 9 carries, 106 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Then Justice Haynes, 3 carries for 37 yards. Gurmy Bernard, 2 for 18. Jam Miller, 3 for 9. And Kendrick Wall, 1 carry for a loss of a yard. Then receiving for Alabama, Ryan Williams, 3 catches, 36 yards. They've spread the ball around a lot. But Williams, 3 for 36. Emmanuel Henderson, 1 for 34. Josh Cuvis, might have said that wrong. 2 catches, 23 yards. Gurmy Bernard, 5 for 22. He's their catches leader. CJ Dupree, 2 catches, 21 yards. Kendrick Wall, 1 for 19. Jam Miller, 1 for 16 and a touchdown. Kobe Prentice, 2 for 15. And then team stats. First downs, Alabama leads in that category, 16-9. Hold on, this one might have more. Hold on. There we go. Alabama 355 yards of offense. Georgia 178. They're outpassing Georgia 186-98. Outrushing them 156-80. Alabama does have more penalties, 6 for 50, as opposed to Georgia 2 for 20. Georgia's turned the ball over twice. Alabama's turned the ball over once. All 3 turnovers in the game, interceptions. And time possession, 11-15 for Georgia, 18-45 for Alabama. Alabama also averaging 9.1 yards per play. Georgia's gotten a little better as the game has progressed at 5.5, which is solid, but still, their defense has been awful. Then, third down, Alabama's been pretty solid. 2 of 5. They haven't really gotten to third down, which has really helped. Then, Alabama 1 of 2 on fourth down. Georgia hasn't converted to third down. They're 0 for 5. And they're 1 for 1 on fourth down. But Georgia's defense, we all thought they were great coming into this game. Apparently not. They're awful. 30 points allowed in the first quarter. Georgia allowed. Let me find it. They allowed just 18 points on the season coming into this game. They allowed just 202 yards per game. Alabama's way over that. They're at 355. Alabama has absolutely dominated this game. Now, the Georgia offense hasn't been too good either. I wanted them to run the football a little more early. Didn't do that. And, I mean, when they did try to run the football, especially early in the game, they didn't really have much success doing it. But then they were able to start running the football a little bit. They're at 11 carries for 80 yards and a touchdown. The problem is now, you haven't had success throwing the ball. You've thrown 2 picks, you're 8 of 17 passing, and you've run the ball effectively. The problem is you just can't run the football being down by 23 at halftime. But let's see, how long do we start the second? We still got 9 minutes till we start the second half? Jeez. I know college halftimes are a lot longer than the NFL, but this is a lot longer. Now, as far as this game goes offensively for Alabama, this is essentially what they've done. They've run the ball really well. They've thrown it really well in the season. They're averaging 49 a game. They're on pace for that. They're on pace for 60. I think their offense will slow down a little bit, but not too much. Georgia does get the football to begin the second half, but obviously they need the ball a lot if they want to come back. I think the worst part about this game has been the Georgia defense. Jalen Milroe has destroyed them. They haven't been good against the run either, but against the pass has been awful. Milroe 199 yards, just 2 incompletions. Alright, let's see some updated scores around the country and what else is going on. Because I have nothing else to say about this first half. Clemson's up on Stanford 20-7 with minute 17 to go in the third quarter. Iowa State is beating Houston 13-0 with 6.5 minutes to go in the fourth. Penn State up on Illinois 14-7. That game about halfway through the third. Ohio State up on Michigan State 24-7. 5:05 to go in the third. LSU destroying South Alabama 35-3. That game at halftime. Talked about some of the other scores before. UNLV was able to win today despite their quarterback deciding to redshirt the rest of the year and enter the portal. Oh, Clemson just scored a touchdown. It's now 27-7. Let's see if we have any other interesting games going on around the country. Florida State's losing again. Can't say I'm surprised. They've been so bad this year. Florida State started off as the number 10 team in the preseason top 25. They're down 14-9 at SMU. And they're 1-3 on the season. Let's see if we got anything else. Nothing else too interesting at the moment. But, oh, UNLV, yeah, they had no problem without their quarterback. 59-14 over Fresno State. Duke ended up beating North Carolina 21-20. Duke's actually 5-0. Colorado beat UCF 48-21. Oh, wow, UT Martin, an FCS team, upset Kennesaw State. Obviously, Kennesaw State, not very good, but they are an FBS team. We got an FCS over FBS upset. UT Martin upset Kennesaw State 24-13. UT Martin actually played Kansas State in week 1, ended up losing that game. But an upset win. Wow. Wow, UT Martin was actually favored in the game. They were 1.5-point favorites. That's not often you see an FCS team being favored against an FBS team. Hold on 1 second. Also, how long till the second half starts? I feel like we've been at halftime forever. Alright, still waiting for them to come back from commercial. Just want to see how close we are to the second half. And we should be starting somewhat soon. Alright, still waiting for them to come back from commercial. I don't even know how far we are from beginning the second half. Alright, I think we should be starting the second half in a couple minutes. So I'm going to get this scoreboard ready for the second half. Yeah, teams are back on the field. Remember the 15-yard penalty at the end of the first half due to pushing and shoving broke out after the play was over on the final play of the first half. Alabama will be kicking off from their own 20-yard line, which should give Georgia pretty good field position. But here we are for the start of the third quarter in what was expected to be a huge battle between two title contenders. One team sure has looked that way, The other definitely not. Georgia faces their largest halftime deficit since 2016, as they're down by 23 here. But Georgia's offense does get the football first. Carson Beck will have to see if he can play better second half than he did first half, where he was terrible. On the return, this will be fielded from the 14. And the return is a good return up across the 40-yard line. Good field position for Georgia. Take over at the 43. But Beck and the offense back onto the field for Georgia. First play from scrimmage of the second half will happen from the Georgia 41-yard line. Beck in shotgun with back line to his right. Alabama leads 30-7, and they'll toss this to Etienne running right. Trevor Etienne is going to bounce outside, and he's taken down for a loss of a yard. Back to 40, bring up second and 11. Georgia's actually run the ball pretty effectively. So second and 10, they give him no gain on that first down play. Here comes an Alabama blitz. Beck gets rid of it, and he almost just threw another pick. Didn't look like him and his receiver were on the same page. Dylan Bell was the target. So it brings up a third and 10. Georgia has not converted a third down. They're 0 for 5. So from the 41, Beck in shotgun. Here comes another Alabama blitz. They get a rusher free, and Beck taken down for a sack. Back at the 29-yard line. And here's going to be a punt and a 3-and-out for Georgia on their first offensive possession here in the second half. They delayed their rush a little bit on the blitz. They started off with just a 3-man rush. Then a fourth guy jumped in, and then a fifth guy. Georgia's offensive line unable to pick him up, and Beck taken down for a sack. So it is 4th and 21. Here is the punt. And Ryan Williams will call for a fair catch at his own 26-yard line. Sorry, that's not Ryan Williams. He was returning the punt before. This is some different returner. But Alabama takes over, scored an offensive touchdown in all except one of their drives in the first half. Milroe with over 300 yards in the first half and 3 touchdowns. From the 26, Milroe in shotgun. Milroe rolling right, and he's going to tuck this and run. Jalen Milroe out of bounds after pickup of a yard. Update on Iowa State and Houston. Iowa State's starting to pull away. Their offense has been pretty bad, but they've scored another touchdown and now are up 20-3, or 20-0 in the fourth quarter. From the 27, Milroe in shotgun. Milroe to look to throw. Pump fakes. And now Milroe going to step up and run. Jalen Milroe will half slide, half dive forward for a pickup of about 5. Alabama 2 of 5 on third down tonight. They've really avoided those third down situations. This is a 3rd and 4 from the 32. Milroe in shotgun. Milroe looks to throw. Milroe underneath, that is dropped, incomplete. Germy Bernard was the target. And the teams will trade 3 and outs on their first possession of the fourth quarter. Or sorry, the second half. I don't even know why it's the fourth quarter. So first punt of the day for Alabama. No, second? Second. Georgia muffed one before. On the return, this is going to get taken down at the 20, so right about where he catches it. But they go to commercial here as teams trade 3 and outs to start the second half, and Georgia will take over with the football. With 11:50 to go in the third quarter, down by 23. Ball on. Let's see. They don't like to update this play-by-play, I've noticed. Oh, here we go. They'll take over on their own 20. But still waiting for them to come back from commercial here. Hold on 1 second. Alright, these commercial breaks are really long. Alright, now they're back from commercial. So first down here for Georgia. 11:50 to go in the third quarter. From their own 20-yard line, Beck in shotgun. Beck on the option, throwing downfield. That is caught. No, dropped. Had an open receiver, put it right on the money, but the receiver drops it. This is one of those triple options where you can keep this or throw it downfield. Makes a nice throw down the field. Just receiver just can't get hold on to the ball as he gets hit. So 2nd and 10. Beck in shotgun. Beck, quick throw to the outside, caught by Lovett. And Lovett picks up 4 on the screen. Brings up a 3rd and 6. Georgia still has not converted 3rd down today. Over 6. Beck in shotgun. Beck looks to throw. Beck is pressured, steps up in the pocket. Carson Beck going to run. Carson Beck is going to be just short of the 1st down. He's going to get to the 29-yard line. And it'll be 4th and a yard. He tried to get all the way to the outside. He had a long way to go and wasn't able to get there. And then he eventually realized that and said, you know what? I'm just going to cut this upfield. Georgia will line up to go for this, which, I mean, you kind of have to at this point. They will run the football, and, I don't know. He's awfully close. The spot comes in at the marker, which is going to be enough for a 1st down. He didn't get much, but it looks like he got just enough. Can't really tell where he is, but I think he got it from that angle. So Georgia keeps the drive alive. Desperately needed to. 5 minutes to go in the 3rd. Empty backfield for Carson Beck. They will look to throw. Beck rolls was right. Beck going to run again. Carson Beck will slide after a pickup of 8. Georgia getting to the line quickly here. 2nd and 3. Alabama brings a blitz. They get it out quickly. Lovett gets a blocker. Lovett down the sideline. Lovett's still going. Dom Lovett dragged down to the 30. Hold on. We do have a flag on the play. If he was a little faster, he might take that all the way. We do have a flag here. And it's going to come back to hold on Georgia. Wow. They finally get a good play and it's called back from a hold. Oh, I don't love that. I mean, maybe a little hold. I don't love the call. So from their own, it's a 2nd and 6. We got a false start here. From their own 34. That'll back them up to their own 29, make it a 2nd and 11. That's the 6th Georgia penalty for 50 yards. So from their own 29, 2nd and 11. Beck, hands off, and dance around a little bit, but not much space, just gains a yard. Robinson with the carry, and it'll bring up a 3rd and 10. I feel like most of these 3rd downs for Georgia, the rest of the way, are just going to be get to a more manageable 4th down so you can probably go for it. Like here, you don't have to get all 10 yards. You can get maybe 7, 8 yards. Georgia still has not converted a third down today. It's a 3rd and 10. Beck will make a check at the line. Alabama shows blitz. They rush 4. There's a screen to the outside. And he spins free. He's knocked out of bounds after a pickup of 7. But much better than the original pickup would have been like 3 or 4. Georgia will go for this again. It's a 4th and 3 from their own 37. Beck in shotgun. He'll look to throw. Beck throws over the middle. That is caught by Lovett for a first down. Pick up a 4. And another first down for Georgia. Maybe their strategy is just get to 4th down every series of downs, because they're 3 for 3 on 4th down and 0 for 8 on 3rd down. So from their own 41, Beck in shotgun will look to throw. Beck given plenty of time. Going to take a shot over the middle, tipped and incomplete. If Malachi Moore doesn't get a hand on that, that might be a Georgia touchdown. If he's probably going to hit him in stride. But nice play by Malachi Moore. He doesn't quite hit him in stride. It's a little behind him. Dylan Bell has to slow down for it. But it brings up 2nd and 10 as that's incomplete. 10-play, 21-yard drive so far. That's taken 5:12 off the clock. Here they hand off to Etienne. Trevor Etienne is fighting forward for yardage. He'll gain about 5. But this has been a long Georgia drive to not really go anywhere. I mean, they've converted a couple 4th downs, but here's another 3rd down. Haven't converted a 3rd down yet today. They're 0 for 8. 3rd and 5 here. Beck in shotgun. Alabama rushes 4. Beck going to take a shot down the field. That is incomplete. Looking for Lovett. And it brings up 4th and 5. Gone forward on 4th. Oh, wow. Kirby Smart's really upset about something. I think Kirby Smart wanted to pass interference call. No, that's a good no call. The receiver has the ability to make a play. He tries to sell the flag. Kirby Smart's still yelling at the official. We got an injured Alabama player down on the field. Hopefully he's okay. But I like the no call there. Let's check some updated scores from around the country here to see if there's anything new. Oh, well, Clemson is now really starting to fire on all cylinders offensively. They're up 40-7 on Stanford. Michigan State and Ohio State 38-7. Ohio State's up. SMU's extended their lead over Florida State 21-9. Iowa State and Houston has now gone final 20-0. and Penn State up on Illinois 14-7. But Georgia's got a 4th and 5 here. You'd imagine they'll go for it again. They've already... They've already converted 2 drives here. Or 2 4th downs on this drive. Let's see if they can make it a third. They're 3 for 3 on the day. But their third conversion came a while ago. But still waiting for them to come back from the commercial. Alright, now they're back from commercial. Georgia with a 4th and 5 here. So 4th and 5 from their own 46. Georgia will in fact go for it with 5:53 to go in the third quarter. Looks like they may have a free 5 yards. Beck throws downfield, knocked away, incomplete. But they may have gotten it because it's a 5-yard penalty for an offsides call. Alabama jumped off sides. Oh, we had a holding call on Georgia, offsides on Alabama. The foul's offset, and it's replay 4th down. So they'll try the 4th and 5 again from their own 46. Beck in shotgun. Back one to his left. Beck looks to throw. Beck throws incomplete. Oh, we do have a flag here. Look like it might be a hold. Pass interference, same idea. Defensive pass interference. And it's now 1st down Georgia. And it's not major, but he is pulling his shirt. Without the defender right there, I don't think he gets to it anyway, but the penalty gives Georgia 1st down inside Alabama territory on the Alabama 44. Beck looks to throw. Beck going to take a shot down the field. Almost picked, incomplete. So it's now 2nd and 10 following the 1st down incompletion. Beck today is 12 of 26 for 122 yards and 2 touchdowns. Quick throw to the outside against the blitz. Lovett makes a move. Lovett gets a block. Lovett down the sideline, inside the 20. Can't stay in bounds. He's forced to bounds at about the 12. Dom, love it with a nice catch and run. Alabama brought, I think, 7 or 8 players on the blitz. Here's a 1st and 10 from the 12. Beck in shotgun. Fakes the pitch. Throws towards the end zone. Georgia's got a touchdown. Arian Smith with the touchdown. And Georgia with their 2nd touchdown drive of the day. It's a 12-yard touchdown from Beck to Arian Smith. First touchdown of the day for Carson Beck. Arian Smith ends up wide open in the end zone. And they'll line up to go for 2 to make a 15-point game. Beck in shotgun. Back line up to his right. Beck on the design roll right. Beck looking, throwing. Got it. In the back of the end zone. It is now 30-15. As the 2-point conversion is good. The backside receiver coming across the field on like an over route. Beck able to find him. Nice job looking back there. Oh, it actually got tipped by a linebacker. But still caught and successful 2-point conversion. 15 plays, 80 yards, takes 6:44 off the clock. And it's still a big deficit for Georgia, but it's only 15 as opposed to 23. Let's take a quick look at some other scores while I wait for them to come back from commercial here. Boise State up 7 on Washington State. Ashton Jeanty, 75 yards on 4 carries and a touchdown for Boise State. Puts them up early. I think that game is going to be extremely high scoring. And Jeanty with an early touchdown run in that one. Boise State up 7. So still waiting for them to come back from commercial. So still waiting for them to come back from commercial. This has been a long commercial break. Alright, now they're back. They kick off here. Alabama gets the football, and they'll return this from the 7. On the return, here's Williams spinning his way to the 21 before he's chopped down. So Alabama up 15, 30 to 15. So 1st and 10 from the 21. Milroe in shotgun. I'll toss this right to Miller. And jam Miller, unable to turn the corner, he's forced to bounds at the line of scrimmage. So 2nd and 10 after the run play went nowhere. Miller motions into the backfield. Actually motions across. Milroe in shotgun. Look to throw. Milroe given time. Throws that is completed to Ryan Williams for a pickup of 11 and another 1st down. First 10 from the 33. Milroe gonna throw deep down the field. Williams bobbling. Oh, he caught it. Ryan Williams, a juggling catch inside the 20, still on his feet, taken down at the 14. What a catch for Ryan Williams. Wow. It's a great throw from Milroe. Williams almost ruins it by dropping it, but he makes a juggling catch. He bobbles it 4 times before he actually controls it. What a catch. Oh, wait a minute. I think that might have gotten tipped by the defender. But what a catch. We got an injured Georgia defender down. That's why they showed the replay like 15 times. Georgia defender is able to walk off the field under his own power. Good. Hopefully he's alright. So here's a 1st and 10. Ball on the 13-yard line. Oh, hold on, the play stopped. Ryan Williams tonight, 5 catches, 102 yards. Alright, so 1st and 10, ball on the 13-yard line. They're delaying play for some reason, not sure why. Receiver comes in motion, Milroe hands off. No, he keeps this. Milroe to the outside, he's forced out after a pickup of 2. Under 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Here is a 2nd and 8. Empty backfield for Jalen Milroe. Milroe motions, and Milroe on the keeper. He's going to bounce this to the outside right. Milroe now for a cutback lane, and it's going to lose 2. So here's a 3rd and 10. Ball still in the 13. Milroe in shotgun. Looks to throw. Milroe to Haynes out of the backfield, and he's taken down after a pickup of 3. At the 10-yard line, Jackson makes the tackle. And this brings up 4th down. And looks like we're going to get a field goal. No, we're not going to field. Yeah, we are. So here is a field goal attempt for Alabama. First field goal of the day. From 28 yards away, chip shot. And, oh, wow, he just made it. Just inside the right upright, but it is good. And it's now 33-15. Minute 23 to go in the third quarter. Ohio State's up 38-7 on Michigan State. Florida State's losing by even more against SMU. That game's now 28-9. Florida State down big. Here, Alabama extends their lead 33-15. Alabama set to kick off. Up by 18 points, so a 3-score game. They kick this off, and fair catch called at the 5, and that will bring the ball to the 25. Georgia on their last drive couldn't convert 3rd downs, but converted plenty of 4th downs. They eventually got at the end zone. Carson Beck, 66 of his 166 yards came on that last drive. 1st and 10 from the 25. Beck looks to throw. Beck takes a shot down the sideline, incomplete. Looking for Dylan Bell, that's broken up. Brings up a 2nd and 10. Penn State up just 14-7 on Illinois. Utah and Arizona have kicked off. That game's scoreless. 2 minutes, 10 seconds in. Don't know if Cam Rising's playing in that one. Beck hands off to Trevor Etienne up the middle. And Etienne picks up about 4. Let me check real quick. I'm going to see if Rising's playing for Utah. No, he's not. Isaac Wilson, the backup, in for the 3rd straight game. So here's a 3rd and 6. Remember, still no 3rd down conversions for Georgia. They're 0 for 9, although they converted on 4th down several times. Not several, but a few. Beck in shotgun, looks to throw. Carson Beck, given time. Beck throws over the middle. There's a 3rd down conversion. Arian Smith picks up about 7 and a 1st down. Under a minute to go here in the 3rd quarter. Fakes the pitch, now going to take a shot down the field. Open receiver, and he missed him. Could have been caught, but Beck didn't make a great throw. The receiver then had to turn around and make a weird adjustment to the football. One that probably should be caught, though. I don't know. That wasn't a very good throw. Beck, 15 of 31, 175, touchdown, 2 picks. Beck looks to throw, throwing to the outside. That is caught by Bell. And Dylan Bell gains about 5. But that brings us to the end of the third quarter. Alabama up 33-15. They've been in control the entire way, have led the whole game. And we head to the final quarter. Alabama up by 18. Let's see if we got any other updated scores. LSU now up on South Alabama 42-10. Washington State ties Boise State 7-7. And Stanford scored a touchdown. It's now 40-14. And let's see, it's still 28-9 SMU over Florida State. Florida State is so bad. It's like insane how bad they are. DJ Uyunglele has thrown 2 picks today. But it doesn't seem to be any major changes to the scores right now. Ohio State's well on their way to victory. Penn State and Illinois. 2 minutes left. Penn State up by 7, although they have a first and goal at the Illinois 5, so this isn't looking good for Illinois right now. So still waiting for them to come back as we enter the fourth quarter. A dominant performance from Alabama so far. And we'll have to see if this game gets any closer down the stretch. Alright, now they're back from commercials. We enter the fourth quarter. Alabama up 33-15, but honestly feels a lot more of a blowout than that. Doesn't feel like it's just an 18-point game. It feels like it's a 38-point game. Maybe not 30. A lot more than just 18. Beck in shotgun. We'll toss this to Etienne running right. Etienne looks for a lane, and he's going to get taken down for a loss. So from their own 41, it's a 4th and 6 for Georgia. Didn't even realize that was third down. Obviously, they're going for this. Beck makes a check at the line. Beck looks to throw. Beck throws over the middle. That is caught for another first down and another 4th down conversion. Dillon Bell makes the catch. And a first down for Georgia. By the way, Florida State scored a touchdown. They're now down by 12 against SMU, 28-16. So from the 47, 1st and 10, Beck looks to throw. Beck rolling right. Beck pump fakes. And he fumbled! Carson Beck fumbles the ball. It's recovered by Alabama on the Georgia 46. Carson Beck, his 3rd turnover of the day. And Alabama gets the ball back. So 1st and 10, Alabama at the 47. Milroe in shotgun. Hands off to Justice Haynes. And he picks up 5. Milroe in shotgun. 2nd and 5. Milroe on the design quarterback run. And Milroe 1 yard. That's it. Not much space. Brings up a 3rd and 4. Alabama 2 for 7 on 3rd down. Here's a 3rd and 4 from the Georgia 41. Milroe in shotgun. Milroe sets up the screen, and he's going nowhere. Haynes lost a yard. Brings up 4th and about 5. And Alabama going to punt. So the Georgia defense gets a 3 and out. And gets the ball back to the offense. They just need the offense to now do something and score a little bit. And not turn the ball over. So 4th and 5. Alabama to punt for the 3rd time today. And this punt is going to bounce, and he slipped, otherwise he had a chance down at the 1. Into the end zone for a touchback. So 11:32 to go. Alabama gets the football back. Georgia gets the football back at their own 20-yard line. I was just going to check something, now I don't remember what it was. Penn State scored a touchdown. Now up 14 on Illinois, 21-7 with a minute 12 to go. Washington State, Boise State still tied at 7. Utah, Arizona still scoreless. There's not too many changes. So still waiting for them to come back from commercial. Alright, finally they're back from commercial. That took a while. But Georgia gets the football back at their own 20-yard line. Down by 18, 33-15, 11:32 to go. Beck looks to throw. Beck takes a shot down the field that is incomplete. Bell the target. Couldn't haul it in. Ohio State, Michigan State now final 38-7. Ohio State destroys them. That was a really nice defensive play made by whoever 9 is in Alabama. I don't know who that is, but that's a really nice play. 2nd and 10 from the 20. Beck looks to throw. Carson Beck rolling to his left, escaping the rush, throwing. That is caught by ETN. He's taken down after a quick of 7. We'll bring up a 3rd and about 3. Georgia 1 of 11 on 3rd down, although perfect on 4th. Here's a 3rd and 3 from their own 27. Beck in shotgun. Beck looks to throw. Beck gonna take a shot down the field. Incomplete. Love at the target. And it's now 4th and 3. Georgia perfect 4 of 4 on 4th down. They'll go for it on 4th once again. Here's a 4th and 3 with 10:40 to go. Beck looks to throw. Beck given time, throwing that is incomplete. Oh, we got a flag. We have a flag down. Looks like this is going to be interference. Instead, it's holding, but either way, it's an automatic 1st down. Here's another look. Yeah, that's definitely some kind of penalty. So that gives them a first down. 10:35 to go. 9 Alabama penalties, 85 yards. Georgia 6 for 50. So from their own 37, Beck in shotgun looks to throw. Beck throws over the middle, caught inside Georgia Alabama territory to the 43. First and 10, 10:15 to go. Beck looks to throw, takes a shot down the field, caught again inside the 20, still on his feet, taken down at the 8-yard line. And Georgia's moving the football a little bit here, taking shots downfield. The average Georgia drive right now is just going, take a shot downfield, take a shot downfield, probably both incomplete, except for this case, and then get a first down. End zone, touchdown. Georgia's not out of this yet. I know that sounds crazy, but they're not out of this. Lawson Luckie with an 8-yard touchdown catch. And they're going to go for 2 once again. Try to make it a 10-point game. Beck in shotgun. Beck looks to throw. Throwing bad at the line, complete. So it's going to stay a 12-point game. It was going to be a 2-score game anyway. It was just a matter of could they get the 2-point conversion to make it a 10-point game where you need a touchdown, no 2-point conversion, and then a field goal. Or if you kick the extra point, it would make it a touchdown, 2-point conversion, and a field goal. Instead, now they need 2 touchdowns. See if we got any other updated scores. Penn State's going to win against Illinois. They're on kneel downs, up by 14. They're going to win 21-7. And Arizona's jumped out to the lead over Utah 3-0. Otherwise, I don't think any score changes. Let me just check the Florida State game real quick. See if they're continuing to make a comeback. No, it is now 35-16. SMU obviously leads that one. But Alabama gonna get the football back. Yeah, it's too early to go onside kick. There's still like 10 minutes left. 9:55, yeah. Pretty much 10 minutes. Alright, but they're back from commercial. Alabama up 33-21. Georgia in the first half gained 153 yards. Second, they've gained 166 already. Kickoff is touchback. There's a fair catch called at the 5. And Alabama will take over at the 25. Boise State up on Washington State 10-7. We just showed an unreal touchdown run from Ashton Jeanty. First and 10 from the 25. Milroe looks to throw. Pump fakes. Milroe throws downfield that is too high and complete. So here is a second and 10 from the 25. 9:39 to go in the fourth quarter. Second and 10, Milroe is going to run. Milroe to the outside. Milroe forced out of bounds after pick up 4. Penn State and Illinois officially final. Illinois drops their first game of the year. Penn State wins 21-7. Here's a 3rd and 7. Alabama is 2 of 8 on third down. 9:10 to go. Milroe looks to throw. Jalen Milroe throws over the middle that is caught for a first down. Don't know who caught that, but a first down Alabama, and they needed that. They didn't want to give the ball right back to Georgia, who's actually been moving the ball. So from their own 44, Milroe in shotgun. Hands off, and Miller taken down. Loss of a yard. So 8 minutes to go. Milroe again in shotgun for 2nd and 11. Here he will keep this on the option, and Milroe taken down at the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 11. Let's see if Georgia's defense can get a stop here. Third and 11, 7.5 minutes to go. From their own 43. 43. Milroe looks to throw. Milroe pressured, gets rid of it. Incomplete. Georgia's defense gets a stop. It's 4th and 11, and Alabama forced to punt it away. Georgia's defense has been so much better in the second half. They've allowed just 3 points. So Georgia's going to get the football back, down by 12, with 7:23 to go. They're not out of this, which sounds crazy. Alabama gets backed up another 5 on a false start. The punt here is going to be down at about the 22. So 7:14 to go. Georgia getting the football back at their own 22-yard line. They just pointed this out. Georgia's got all 3 timeouts. So if they score here, Alabama gets the ball back. If they can force a 3 and out, this is not over, which is crazy. So waiting for them to come back from commercial here. Let's see if Georgia can actually come back and make this interesting. I mean, it already is more interesting than it was, like, when it was 28-0, but let's see if they can keep it going. It's a 12-point game right now. Now they're back from commercial. Alabama up 33-21. Georgia with the football on their own 21-yard line. About 7.5 minutes to go. From their own 22, Beck in shotgun. Back on to his right. Beck looks to throw. Beck steps up in the pocket, going to take a shot down the field. Open receiver caught inside Alabama territory at the 48-yard line before he's forced out of bounds. 7:08 to go. This is their running back out of the backfield. Nice throw from Beck. One play inside Alabama territory. Beck off play action, looks to throw once again. He's going to take another shot down the field. This one down the sideline. Caught Arian Smith inside the 1-yard line. He's taken down. 2 plays, and Georgia is to the 1-yard line. Two big pass plays. And now, let's see what's going on here. They've gone 77 yards in 2 plays. Pass plays of 30 and 47 yards. From the 1, Beck, hands off, lost a yard. We got 5.5 minutes to go, or sorry, 5:50 to go. We got an injured Georgia offensive lineman after that play. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully this guy's alright. It's 5:53 to go. It's a oh, this is their center. That's always interesting. When a new center has to come into the game. Obviously, you never want to see a player get hurt. But when it's a new center who has to come in, that makes things interesting with snapping. Obviously, that is the center's job. Oh, Kirby Smart's been yelling at these officials all game long. This guy helped off the field. Hopefully he's alright. So here's a 2nd and goal. Ball on the 2. Georgia looking to make this a 1-score game. Beck under center, ball on the 3. Bell gets it on the jet sweep. Bell cuts upfield, Georgia touchdown. Dylan Bell, a 3-yard rushing touchdown. And Georgia is not out of it. It's a 1-score game. It is now 33-27. Talk about the tale of 2 halves. Georgia scored 20 points here in the 2nd. Alabama has scored just 3. Whereas in the 1st half, Alabama scored 30, and Georgia scored just 7. We got another injured player. This is an Alabama lineman. But it is a Georgia touchdown. And it's a touchdown game at the moment. No, sorry, it's a 6-point game at the moment. Georgia's largest comeback win in school history is 25 points. They trailed 28-0 today. To make this a 5-point game, here's the extra point. And he got it. 33-28. This is crazy. But Georgia goes right down the field there. 4 plays. .78 yards, a minute 35 off the clock. And it's now 33-28. This has been a ridiculous comeback If they win this game, this is like insane. So there's 5:39 to go. Alabama up 5. They were up 28 before. And by before I mean in the first half. But this has been crazy. Fair catch called. Oh, he muffed it. They did call a fair catch, so I'm pretty sure this is still a touchback, but I'm not sure. It's either a touchback, or they're taking over their own 2. Ryan Williams, the true freshman, is their kick returner. He's not the guy who called for a fair catch. So now that I think about this might be down at the 2. 1st and 10, Alabama. Up by 5. 5:36 to go. Alabama just 98 total yards in the first half. And Alabama does in fact have the ball at their own 3-yard line. Milroe in shotgun. They'll hand off to Haynes. He picks up 5. Carson Beck is up to 339 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. 2nd and 6, empty backfield for Milroe. Here comes a blitz. Milroe gets rid of it. Caught for a first down by Germy Bernard. Tight coverage, but he's able to make the catch. Under 5 to go, 4:50. Alabama up 5. So from their own 17, Milroe in shotgun. Milroe hands off. Haynes bounces outside. Haynes taken down for a pickup of 2. Brings up a 2nd and about 8. Actually, it's 2nd and 9. They give him about a yard on that play. So from the 19, Milroe, empty backfield, looks to throw, throwing quickly to the outside. Caught, but only a pickup of about 3 or 4 yards. The clock is running. Under 4 minutes to go. This is a big 3rd down right here. 3rd and 4. Alabama 3 of 10 on 3rd down tonight. Here comes a blitz. Gets it out quickly into the flat. Haynes. Oh, he's short of the line to gain. Justice Haynes comes down a yard short. It's 4th down, and Alabama's got a punt. Huge tackle by this Georgia defense. That was huge. Georgia gets out of this drive without having to use any timeouts as well. There's 3 minutes to go. Georgia's going to get the football back via a punt. Seen a lot of punting for Alabama in the second half. They punted just 1 time in the first. So the kick is away. And a fair catch called and taken at the 33. So that's where Georgia will take over. 2:42 to go. 3 timeouts. Plenty of time. And what a comeback this would be. So here we go. 2:42 to go. Alabama up 33-28. Carson Beck, 2 career wins when trailing or tied in the fourth quarter. This would be the biggest of them all, probably. I mean, how could you get bigger than this? Against Alabama on the road, down 28 earlier in the game. From their own 33, Beck looks to throw. Beck pump fakes, now takes another deep shot down the field. Wide open receiver, Dylan Bell, inside the 20. Bell still on his feet. One play, touchdown. Georgia retakes the lead, or they take the lead for the first time today. Wow, what is this game? Wow, this is the craziest game. 67 yards. Georgia's going to go for 2. It's 34-33. Wow. Georgia has taken their first lead of the day. We're going to go for 2, 2:31 to go. Beck in shotgun, ball on the left hash. 3 receivers to his right. Beck looks to throw. He's going to run. Carson Beck, oh, he's short. Taken down inside the 1-yard line, so the 2-point attempt is no good. But Georgia leads 34-33. What a comeback. Let's see what happened here on this touchdown. Bell's just running a post. Let's see. One safety goes all the way to the right side. Oh, the safety tries to undercut it. Bell just turns it upfield and gets behind him. But what a play. Georgia up by 1. Their first lead of the day. This is insane. Georgia was up 28. Alabama was up 28-0 at one point. They've scored 5 points since then. A safety and a field goal. This game is insane. 2:31 to go. Alabama gets the ball back. Each team has all 3 timeouts. Alabama trails for the first time today. This is, like, insane. Like, a 28-point blown lead. You don't see that every day. Jalen Milroe has 1 career win when tied or trailing the fourth quarter. Last year against Auburn. Obviously, the miraculous catch from Isaiah Bond. Milroe, 299, a touchdown and a pick today. Also 117 and 2 scores on the ground. 2:31 to go. Each team has all 3 timeouts. Time not really a factor. Milroe in shotgun. A look to throw. Jalen Milroe with time. He's going to take a shot down the field. Milroe. Oh, it's caught by Williams. Williams inside Georgia territory. Still on his feet. Ryan Williams. Another touchdown. These teams are trading 1-play touchdowns. Ryan Williams. 75 yards and Alabama's back on top. Wow. It is now 39-34. Alabama leads. This game is insane. Right when you think Georgia takes the lead, Alabama 1 play later. They retake the lead. And they're going to wind up to go for 2 here to go up by 7. That would make it 41-34. Empty backfield from Milroe. Got to be aware of his ability as a runner here. It's a pass play. Milroe to the end zone. Got it. Gurmy Bernard catches the 2-point conversion, and Alabama is back on top. 41-34. This game is insane. Let's see what happens here. Ryan Williams lined up all the way on the far right. The safety just never goes over there. And then, I mean, this is just a great play by Ryan Williams. He spins, so 2 defenders go running into each other. What a play. This is like, I know I've said this like a million times in the last 2 minutes, but insane. This, wow, this might be the craziest football game I've ever watched. What is happening? 2:18 to go. The teams just traded one play touchdowns, and Alabama's back on top. Ryan Williams, 6 catches, 177 yards, and a touchdown today. And let's see if Carson Beck and Georgia can do it again. Alabama, 551 yards of offense. Georgia, 464. So we kick off again. Each team still with all 3 timeouts, and now with 2:18 to go. Fair catch called in the end zone, and Georgia will come out at their own 25. So 2:18 to go. Alabama up 7. Each team has all 3 timeouts to go. Let's see if Carson Beck and Georgia can score another touchdown. Beck in shotgun from the 25. He's got a back line to his right. That's Trevor Etienne. Smith in motion. Beck looks to throw. Quick throw to the outside. Oh, dropped by Arian Smith. Would have been a nice pickup of 8 to start the drive. From the 25, 2:14 to go now after the incompletion. Beck looks to throw. Beck is pressured. He's going to run. Carson Beck will slide ahead after a pickup of 8. Brings up a 3rd and 2. And that's going to bring us to the 2-minute warning. So 2 minutes to go here. I'm going to go run to the bathroom extremely quickly, and I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Alright, I'm back. This is insane. They're at commercial, 2 minutes left. Let's see. At the 2 minute warning, Georgia's got the football down by 7. They have a 3rd and 2 on their own 33. Carson Beck has thrown for 406 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jalen Milroe has thrown for 374 yards and 2 touchdowns. Also run for 117 and 2 touchdowns. Alright, here we go. 2 minutes left. 3rd and 2. Big third down here. Beck in shotgun. They're going to run the ball. Etienne, he's got a first down. Trevor Etienne still going. Fights forward to the 44. Pickup of 11 and a first down there for Georgia. Big first down as well. Clock temporarily stops. Minute 51 to go. Remember, clock stops on on first downs, and each team has all timeouts to go. Or timeouts remaining. Now the clock resumes running. 1:40 to go. Beck looks to throw. Backpedaling. Now throwing downfield. Incomplete. Looks like there could have been a flag there. Don't think we're going to get one. So here's a 2nd and 10 from the 44. Beck in shotgun. He'll look to throw. Beck throws to the outside. That's caught by Bell. He's forced to bounds after a pickup of 8. Stops the clock with a minute 28 to go. First down. Or sorry, it's 3rd and 2. So it's a 3rd and 2. Minute 28 to go. Beck in shotgun. Off play action, rolls right. Beck on the run. Throws downfield. That is, incomplete. Looking for Lovett. Had it for a second, couldn't hold on. Now, this is 4th and 2. Do you punt here? I don't think so. I mean, you do have all 3 timeouts, but I just don't want to punt. If you're Georgia, they will go for it. I like the decision. You're inside Alabama territory. You're 4 for 4 on 4th down. Beck in shotgun. Trying to get him to jump. Play clock at 13. They still got a lot of time. Minute 22 to go in the game. Each team with all 3 timeouts. Here we go. Beck looks to throw. Over the middle. Call for a first down. To the 37. And Georgia moves the chains. Yo, what? Georgia came back. Yeah, this has been insane. Georgia came back. Then they traded one-play touchdowns. Georgia actually took the lead for a minute. And now Georgia's trying to come back again. You took a nap. I don't blame you. We all thought the game was over when it was like 30-7 or 28-0, whichever. But somehow Georgia has come back. But yeah, this has been wild. We've got an injury timeout for an Alabama player. Obviously, hopefully he's okay. Each team with all 3 timeouts. I wonder if that might force Alabama to use one here. How was the second half? Insane. Especially the last, 10 minutes. But Georgia kept slowly coming back. Alabama didn't do much offensively. And then, yeah, pretty wild. Georgia kept slowly coming back. Then they made it to, I think it was a 12-point game. Then they scored another touchdown. And then another. And they actually took the lead, and then Alabama scored a touchdown, and now they're ahead. But it's been wild. So 1st and 10 from the 36. Beck rolling right. Beck on the run. And he's just going to dive forward for a pickup of 2. Clock running, 1:05 to go. Georgia actually uses their first timeout here with a minute left. So we got exactly a minute to go. Georgia now 2 timeouts remaining. Alabama with all 3 timeouts left. Alabama up 7, 41-34. So a minute to go. 2nd and 8 from the 34. Beck looks to throw. Beck going to take a shot down the field. That is incomplete. No flag. Didn't think there should be one, but he takes a shot down the field. Kirby Smart wants a flag. Let's see. He's 1-on-1 down the field. I like Carson Beck taking a shot here. Just got to make a better throw. If you lead him down the field, that's a touchdown. It's a little underthrown. Yeah, I could understand a flag there. Maybe a little early contact. There is no flag. 3rd and 8. 52 seconds left. Obviously 4 down territory. Beck in shotgun. Back one to his left. Alabama shows blitz. Beck over the middle, 1st down. Out of bounds at the 20. Stops the clock with 49 seconds left. There's a flag down. Looks like somebody may have jumped early. They let the play go on, so that makes me think this is an offsides for Alabama. It is. Penalties declined here. And it's 1st down, Georgia. Oh, there was actually a little bit of a false start there. Arian Smith, a Georgia receiver, was actually the first one to move. They missed that. 1st and 10 from the 20. Beck going to take a shot to the end zone. Oh, it's picked in the end zone. Intercepted. And Alabama's going to hold on to win it. Beck throws his 3rd pick of the game. It's picked off in the end zone. And Alabama avoids an insane collapse. I don't mind taking a shot to the end zone here. The receiver just doesn't make the greatest play on the ball. It's a pretty good throw from Carson Beck, too. He leads it. That's just a horrible misplay by the receiver. I mean, the corner has to literally reach to like on top of the receiver's head. That's a pretty bad misplay. Kirby Smart just said, "Do I still have 3 timeouts?" I'm pretty sure he forgot he just used one. Here's the second timeout for Georgia. 37 seconds left. So second down here. There's 39 seconds on the clock. 1 timeout left for Georgia. They can't get the ball back, right? It's a second down. You stop the clock after second down, so before third. And they can kneel this out, I'm pretty sure. I don't really think these timeouts make a difference. There's another kneel down. And there's the third and final timeout for Georgia. No, never mind. They're not going to use it. Yeah, this one is over. Alabama holds on to beat Georgia 41-34. What a game this ended up being. Almost a huge blown lead. Georgia comes back, takes the lead. Alabama takes it right back the very next play. And they win a thriller. 41-34. What a game. This game was insane. One of the craziest football games I've ever watched. But this was insane. Georgia goes down. Alabama now 4-0. Both teams end up with well over 500 yards of offense. Georgia at 519, Alabama at 547. Carson Beck ends up with 439 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 picks. Milroe at 374, 2 touchdowns and a pick. He also had 117 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. But what a game. Alabama remains undefeated. And now when it comes to a rankings perspective, obviously all of my rankings out tomorrow morning, as I always do. But this is just wild. Does Alabama jump up to number 1? In the AP poll, they had Texas 1, Georgia 2, Ohio State 3, Alabama 4. You got to imagine Alabama's getting first place votes. So Alabama, they're definitely jumping Georgia, they're jumping Ohio State. The question is, do they jump Texas for the top spot? For me, I had Georgia 1, Alabama 5. I had Ole Miss 4, they're falling. Then Texas, Ohio State, Georgia. Or Ohio State, then Texas, Georgia. 3-1. But this was a wild game. I don't think I'm going to have a college football stream next week, just because I don't really think there's any games that are too amazing. Let me look at the schedule. I looked at it before, but let me look at it again, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Um, let's see. No, we don't really have great games. Clemson, Florida State, we thought would be a great game. Florida State's 1-4. Um, no, there's like no good games next week. So I won't have a college football stream next week, but I stream every Sunday night and Monday night football game for the NFL. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this stream. A wild game, one of the craziest games I've ever seen. But that's all for this stream, everybody. Thank you guys for joining me. Be sure to like this stream, subscribe, turn notifications so you don't miss any other upcoming videos. I do my best to post as often as possible. Yeah, I hope you all have a great rest of your day and night. I'll have college predictions out tomorrow morning. Be streaming tomorrow night for Sunday Night Football. A lot of content on the way, as there always is. But thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe, turn notifications so you don't miss any other upcoming videos. I do my best to post as often as possible. And I will see you in the next video.